$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Special Covenant, Breaker of 7 Seals. Again, why doesn't anyone step up? Give us $5,000. Been there for a long time. People know, they're aware of it. If you're looking at this, you're aware of it. So, if you were Farrakhan, you believe he's the one, you should be able to click $5,000. Easy $5,000. Easy. Right? If he's doing what he says he's doing, his message consists with his lessons and supreme wisdom, closing the gap. Is that what he wrote? Some book called Close the Gap or whatever. Anyway, there it is, $5,000. Still sitting there, it's unclaimed.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement? And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
And so it is, brothers and sisters. They're clearly guilty of that openly. Like I said, the truth is so clear now. Elijah Muhammad said the truth made so clear, full in error. It's made like that purposely. But many be called and few be chosen. So if you know, when in the reproduction cycle, there's millions of sperm. Some people say billions. Only one make it. Just get distracted, all kinds of stuff, right? Only one make it. It's like that here. It says only 144,000 will make it. Because you got to get to pass all of that. You get past Farrakhan, you got to get past this world's life. You only want the best. If you can't get past those things, then you're not worthy. You won't make it to the hereafter. If you make it, you won't make it. You will not be everlasting shame and appallment. We're not here to help you get through it. We just help get information. It's up to you whether you get to fertilize that egg or not. The egg is the hereafter. New Jerusalem. That's some other plane, something Farrakhan talking about. That's where it is, brothers and sisters. Will you be one of the winners? 104,000 winners. Will you be one of them? Because obviously these are not. Gravitational vortex. This world's life, Farrakhan, Ben X, Silas, all out there. Distract you. But once those eggs are fertilized, it's like in the reproductive cycle, once fertilized, his doors close. And you just get flushed down the toilet. That's exactly what situation we're in right now. 144,000 eggs. Okay, here we go with this BS. Okay, well, let's go.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flager as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is, you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor,
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa maybe 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
Although the Nation of Islam, does not presently advocate violence by its members, the group does preach hatred of the white race and racial separatism. The membership of the Nation of Islam is organized and poses a real racial threat. The Nation of Islam is responsible for the largest black nationalist newspaper, which has been used by other black extremists. The Nation of Islam appears to be the personal fiefdom of Elijah Muhammad. When he dies, a power struggle can be expected and the Nation of Islam could change direction. We should be prepared for this eventuality. We should plan how to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation, deleting the race hatred and separate nationhood aspects. In this connection, Chicago should consider what counterintelligence action might be needed now or at the time of Elijah Muhammad's death to bring about such a change in Nation of Islam philosophy. Important considerations should include the identity, strengths, and weaknesses of any contenders for Nation of Islam leadership. What are the positions of our bureau deletion informants in regard to leadership? How could potential leaders be turned or neutralized? The alternative to changing the philosophy of the Nation of Islam is the destruction of the organization. This might be accomplished through generating factionalism among the contenders for Elijah Muhammad's leadership or through legal action in probate court on his death. Chicago should consider the question of how to generate the factionalism necessary to destroy the Nation of Islam by splitting into several groups, bureau deletion. Do you think that the FBI just folded and walked away? Read this document carefully. Did not the FBI accomplish each of their goals? Did not Farrakhan deliver everything the FBI wanted? We should plan to change the philosophy of the Nation of Islam to one of strictly religious and self-improvement orientation. Sunniism, Scientology. Deleting the race hatred. Don't call devils anymore. Deleting the separate nationhood aspects. We ain't going nowhere. No existing economic program. The reason why these facts are ignored is because those that surround him are demons, fools, idolaters and FBI agent handlers who make sure he stays on track. Louis Farrakhan suspects that his father may have been Jewish. At least that's what he tells Henry Louis Gates Jr. in the current issue of the New Yorker magazine. Speaking of his father's white Portuguese parents, the Nation of Islam leader said, "I'm going to tell you something. You really want to know what I think? I think they were members of the Jewish community." He added, "I believe that in my blood, and not in a bad way. Because when I was a little boy I used to love listening to the Jewish cantors in Boston. They had a program, and every week I would listen. I was struck by the cantor, and I've always loved the way they sing or recite the Torah." Gates, citing an academic source, says Farrakhan's assertion about his lineage is highly probable given that nearly all people of Iberian descent in Jamaica and Barbados are of Sephardic Jewish ancestry. Farrakhan was born in 1933, the son of May Clark, who was from Barbados. He was named Gene after his father, a light-skinned man with straight hair from Jamaica. His father, Gates writes, was a philanderer whom the family rarely saw. "If in my lineage there are Jews, I would hope that in the end, before my life is over, I not only will have rendered a service to my own beloved community of black people but will also have rendered a service to the Jewish community," Farrakhan was quoted as saying. In the interview with Gates, which reportedly lasted 9 hours, the Nation of Islam leader also made reference to wise Jews who plan evil, the international conspiracy of Jewish bankers and overwhelming Jewish complicity in the slave trade. Jewish groups expressed outrage over Farrakhan's latest public statements. Farrakhan's effort to make it appear that he is merely criticizing the evil he finds in his own Jewish antecedents is a reflection of the bizarre and ludicrous nature of his entire behavior towards Jews, Phil Baum, executive director of the American Jewish Congress, said in a statement. Meanwhile, a planned protest against the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith fizzled last week when Washington, D.C., police denied former Nation of Islam spokesman Khalid Abdul Muhammad entrance.
The accuser. The accuser. The accused by brethren are cast down. So who is this accuser? See, when the war starts, it breaks in heaven during that time while the war is going on. The accuser of our brothers cast down, but Exodus says the same thing. Because there's a war going on. See, you make these connections? In the Injil, chapter 12, one heaven during the war, accuser of our brother is cast down. Who is this accuser? And then Exodus, same thing. When Moses enters Aaron's camp. Remember, it's Aaron's camp. He returns, Aaron's in charge. A war is going on. And something happens, and then a separation takes place, and Aaron's cast down. His followers. See the connection there? See, they don't believe in Extra, so that's fine. That says like sperm heading for the egg. One makes it. Multiple eggs. So, some animals have multiple. Some people. Somebody might have quadruplets, whatever. It means it could be one egg split many times. That's not, well, we have that many, usually several eggs present. So those eggs get fertilized and then the door is closed. We're told Injil there's 144,000 eggs available. 144,000 eggs available. And once those eggs get fertilized, that's it, the door is closed. So we're not worried. So if you get there, you don't, that's on you. 140, it tells you 140,000 eggs available. 144,000. You had to go through a tribulation to get to them. 144,000 gets fertilized. Then doors close. So you would be distracted with silence, not fine. 144,000 will get there. Those ones focusing, they're concentrating. Right? They make the sacrifices. They're not detracted by Farrakhan, Silas, so-called Son of Man out there, and this world's life. Because that's what happens. So sperm all going, and then some get they get distracted, and that one stays focused. It gets that egg. Once it's in there, oh man, hey, y'all see the egg? Too late. Once you get in there, doors close. So your future is right down the toilet. That's where it is, brothers and sisters. I'm trying to make it as clear as possible for you. Exactly where it is. 94,000 eggs there. I talked about it a little bit in the past. Make it very clear now. You say, oh, no, you believe that so-called Jesus is going to come and save everybody? No, don't say that. The many should be called, but few should be chosen. That's why when you call Jesus, try to get the straight path. Try to make the straight path was. That's it. And so we'll know. Once remember, you start a new creation. Says you start once you start a new creation. You move to because everything's new. You're gonna be a new creation when you start as a sperm. You got an egg. All of a sudden, you start a new creation. Right? They come out to a new world because you got to have new creation to come. If we're gonna have all things new, a new paradise, you got to be transformed. That's what I say, transform a twinkle of an eye. So you fit in. Sperm could not live out here in this world. Little worms swirling around, mean anything to them. You got to develop eyes, ears. So you get an egg, you get that angel key. Angel, your mind starts, right? Fertilize that egg. Or it says 144,000 will fertilize it. Then your mind starts, right? Changing, developing, preparing you for the new creation. Because you can't make it here with this. You think you can go into hereafter like you are right now with the knowledge level you are and the way you will not make it. You will not make it. If you look like as a gorilla or something. All things new. So you be a new creation. So you know what will be like him. That means you'll be different than what you are right now. But you got to fertilize those eggs. 144,000. See, the accuser. See, because this, like I said, this should be easy if you have any idea of angel, because it tells you, chapter 12, you don't know what chapter 12 meant, because those clowns did not know. I didn't know. He don't understand the sealed Bible. That's where he worked, the sealed Bible. He didn't break the seals, so that means he don't know what the seal. Breaking the seals means that's the doorway to new reality. The sealed Bible is for this reality. Reality. Breaking the seals is the Lamb's reality, and he says he makes all things new. Him and the God makes all things new. That's the new reality. The old reality, the Quran, that's the old reality. Sealed Bible is the old reality. You see, the Quran has been successful for 500 years. They keep saying, oh, the Quran is, well, how come it's not successful now? How come it's not ruling now? It ruled for 1,000 years. How come it's not ruling now? If this is the final revelation, they got it, then how come they're not ruling? The book's supposed to be for the time if you're a believer, that means you be on top. When that scripture come in, those that observe the believers are the successful ones. The believers are successful ones. So if they're not successful right now, it means they believe in the wrong thing. They believe in something's past. Did Abraham have a scripture? Where's the scripture at? It's not around anymore. Because it's not relevant anymore. All the scriptures are, where the scriptures from 1,000,000 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, where are those scriptures? Not relevant anymore, but you see, that's all the stupidity, so you hold on to that. You hold on to that stupidity. Like I says, what happens? Those a lot of sperm get diverted, right? Sidetracked, you don't get to the egg. So you hold on to that stupidity. What do you think Elijah Muhammad said? They keep the right for 25,000. So it means if the Quran is it, they wouldn't need to write scripture anymore. So you don't believe in Elijah Muhammad either. Read scripture and release it for a period of time that you're dealing with. Still, Bible is for a period of time. So now, the gospel, this gospel, is preaching all the world. That's the one that tells you right there. The angel is the one preaching all the world. Then it will come be the last scripture for the end. It's all kinds of information that tells you that. So the thing is, if you ain't getting it because you didn't make it to the egg, or you distracted, you ain't gonna make it. Because it's a fight to the finish. All the sperms competing to get to that egg. Some of them don't even realize they're competing until they get flushed down the toilet. They didn't even have an idea there was an egg. They had 140,000. Those are the eggs. You can look at it, you got to fertilize, you got to get to the egg, get in that angel. Start taking information and rebuilding your mind. That's what happens. The sperm comes in and it takes the information that's in the egg and starts rebuilding itself, upgrading itself to have life outside into a new world. You're going through tribulation, you're going through there, right? You get that angel, you're going through there, it's like going to be in the womb. Realize that egg, go tribulation, and you come out to a new world, home, new world. Away from all this world's over. This world's got flushed down the toilet. But you home, safe, a new world, everything new, new reality. Those that didn't make it to the egg, didn't fertilize it, they got flushed down the toilet like everybody else. That's simple enough for you? So you hold on to Farrakhan, hold on to Ben X, you know those guys. There will be 144,000 that's going to persevere and going to focus. They will get to that angel, they will get into it, and then start using that information in there, start developing their mind for the new world. When they come out of that womb, new world, home, safe, and the God and their priests, male, female, gods. They made it. Look, they won't look back, look back. And everybody's got flushed down the toilet. They make it. Accuser, let's get this accuser.
3. I have trodden the one press alone, and of the people there was none with me, for I will tread them in mine anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in mine heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5 And I looked, and there was none to help, and I wondered that there was none to uphold, therefore mine own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury, it upheld me. 6 And I will tread down the people in mine anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth.
Then Suleiman, the real Messiah, provided all those eggs. He provides the eggs alone. He received no help. And this says, son of man, be like someone sow seeds. That's there's eggs. Well, that's the other way around, but get the idea. Let's move on. Now, see here, brothers and sisters. Now, see, if you don't have to have a good mind. You just have to have a brain, one to think. Because this is obvious right here. And that shows you who the accuser is. Because if you use logic, if you say that's a balloon, we the balloon, and we're underwater, will the balloon stay underwater by itself? Will it go underwater by itself? Balloon will not go underwater by itself. It can't. It's impossible. Balloon won't go underwater by itself. As long as it's inflated. It does not inflate, but as long as it's inflated, we're not going underwater by itself. So as long as it's alive, in other words. Alive, we're not going underwater by itself. It has to be pushed underwater. Pushed underwater. And to stay underwater, it has to be held down. Push underwater, and then when you keep it underwater, you have to keep a force on it to keep it underwater. As long as you keep that force, it stay underwater. Unless it somehow, right, get them out of that circumstance altogether. And that's exactly the situation we're dealing with. So in that situation right there, who would you blame for the balloon being underwater? Who would you blame for the balloon being underwater? Who would you blame for the balloon being underwater? Would you blame the balloon, or you blame that which has got the foot upon the balloon that's holding it down underwater? Which one would you blame for the balloon being underwater? Let me ask for that. Answer that. Which one would you blame for the balloon being underwater? If somebody came and said the balloon is the fault, you say, wait, how's the balloon the fault? The balloon put itself underwater? Why would it wouldn't make any sense? That's what you're being told by Mr. Farrakhan. See, because he's accusing us for being underwater, for acting like we act. Who put us in this situation? We put ourselves in a situation. We dive into this situation. We come over here and swim over here and put ourselves in the fields, right? And say rape us and beat us and torture us and terrorize us. Did we do that? What was it done to us? We put ourselves in this condition. We change our names. We change our religion. We change our culture. We beat up our. We put our children into gator bait. Gave our women over to be raped and sodomized and everything. Did we do that? Did we do that? Did we do that, Farrakhan? No, they did it. But we're still in that condition. Why? He said, well, you gotta get money, you gotta get money there. But you ain't going nowhere, right? But it's your fault. You gotta get up out of that water. Okay, let's move to the side, get the hell out of there. No, you can't. No, you gotta stay here. But you gotta get up. It's your fault. It's your fault you're underwater. It ain't the fault of the people host underwater. It ain't their fault. It's our fault. See the situation there? Why is he accusing us of the situation we're in? It's not their fault, it's our fault. So we got to fix it. How are you going to fix it? It's impossible to fix it. unless we get out of here. But we ain't going nowhere. No, you can't go nowhere. You gotta stay right there, right under their foot. You gotta stay right there under their foot. But you gotta get them out of that water. How does that make any damn sense? That's what he's saying. And the fact is, if the balloon's still underwater, first you have to push it underwater. And you have to hold it there. So if we still acting that way against our nature, because say we act other than ourselves, that means everybody acts, birds acting according to birds, pigs act according to pigs, dogs act according to dogs, cows act according to cows. Everything acts according to its nature. If it's acting other than its nature, because it's a force that's doing it. If you take a train up a line, you got to force that line to act like you act. And you got to continue. Because if you don't, after a while, he's going to turn on you. His nature will kick back in. You have to force his nature. You have to force him to act other than itself. It will not do it automatically. So the thing is that if that foot wasn't here, we return to who we were. So if we still look at this, you don't have to see the wind blowing, all you got to see the leaves shaking. Then the wind is blowing. You don't have to see the wind. But you see the leaves shaking, so you know the wind's blowing. So if the wind is still in that condition, and it's not our nature to be, we have on ourselves. They didn't transform us into them. They to be like them. They didn't they didn't change our nature. You see that in the music and everything else is different, but that's another story. But the point is that means there's a force that's still holding us down. It's still doing it. You have to see how they're doing it. You just know they're doing it because we're still in this condition. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I don't see nothing. I don't see no wind. You don't have to see the wind. You see wind, leaves blowing, then you know it's the wind blowing. If you see us like that acting on ourselves, that means there's a force that's doing it. We wouldn't do it automatically. Yes, ourselves, be a hoes, you bitches, and all that kind of stuff. Why are we acting like that? I ain't talking about the demons that's amongst us, that they're children. It's acting like that because that's their nature. And the other thing about that is, that it's the quality side of it. The only way, if you oppress something, you have to press it based on your attributes. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, if we act like this, that's who they are. They turn us into themselves. And they want to keep us like that. Because they gave us their names. They gave us their religion. They gave us their culture. Whatever that is. You understand? So they made it themselves. It means other than ourselves. That means that's the quality of the pressure they put on us to keep us. They keep us in that situation. So who you blame for that? You blame them. But Farrakhan accusing us. You're wicked. You're sinful. Not the people that boys like, because they was angels. They were treated like angels. A dog can only treat other things like dogs. In fact, dogs probably think we're dogs too. We're some strange looking dogs, but we dogs, because that's all they can see. You understand? So they treat us like dogs because that's what they beasts treat us like beasts because they are beasts. And they made us, and we look at us, and we look like what transformed us. They were dogs. They would transform us into dogs. So they beasts. They transform us into beasts, and we act like that. They make sure we stay like that, but we still act like that because that's not our nature. Muhammad never said we were sinful and wicked. He said we're acting like on ourselves. The God never said he said we're righteous people. Then why are we acting unrighteous? He said we're acting other than ourselves. That means if we're acting on ourselves like that, that means this ain't who we are. I mean, if he come and tell you we acting on ourselves, even Farrakhan says that. That means that's who now. So why are we not acting who we are? Why wouldn't you want to act like you are? Why wouldn't a bird want to act like a bird? Because there's a force that's keeping you from acting like who you are. And you say, well, I'll see. Well, just look at yourself. Are you still acting other than yourself? That means there's a force. You don't have to see the force. You have to see the wind, or you got to see the effect of the wind. So we see the effect of what they're doing. So they can laugh and smile and everything else, but we see the condition we're in, that means they're still on board with keeping us in this situation. Because it has to be a force that keeps us in the situation. But what we revert back to, and that force getting weaker and weaker and weaker since 1860s, but it's still strong enough to keep us underwater. So he's accusing us. He's the accuser. Because he shouldn't be saying that. He should be accusing the devil, like Elijah Muhammad did, went to battle with the devil. He should be accusing them for what they're doing to us. No, he accusing us. And he got nothing but love and joy for them. I don't want to see nothing happen to me. I love because he's one of them. But he's constantly accusing us. Oh, you're wicked. That's not what the scripture said. The scripture said, oh, that's not what Master Muhammad said either. That's not what Elijah Muhammad said. I was with Elijah for 5 years, from 7 to 75. That's not what he said. I'm constantly accusing us. Accusing our brothers cast down. So you see in Exodus, while the war is going on, that's when they get cast down. This followers get destroyed. Aaron, it's in the angel, right? He's cast down. Accuser, he's the accuser. Who else is the accuser? You understand, brothers and sisters? His days are numbered. His days are numbered. He's putting this shit in the bag. He's cursed. Robbing the nation. See, they try to get around all this stuff. But it's so clear, brothers and sisters. What would a man refer to as a curse? If you get cancer, your butt get burned up, you lose all evidence of manhood. Would you call that a curse at 55? Maybe if you're 85, you say, well, 55? Time of your life? You struck down like that? Plus, he's a multi-millionaire. How do you get a millionaire? He's not been in business anywhere. He's robbing the nation. It tells you Malachi. See, this stuff is very simple, brothers and sisters, but they don't want you, they have to make up stuff. But they really don't, because most of you, they could just tell you the truth and you still have your Farrakhan's ass. Because you got problems. You're not going to make it. You're not going to fertilize one of those eggs. He tell you shit's honey, and you say, yeah, it's honey. Because he stuck up his ass. He said, yeah, that stuff up there, brown stuff is honey. You say, yeah, it might taste honey, but he said honey, it got to be honey. He said, give me some more of it. We don't want you. We're not here to save you. We're here to point out where those 144,000 eggs are. Those that want it, there it is. Go for it. Provide the eggs. That's the book of life. That's the eggs. Angel. New mind. This stuff is very simple, brothers and sisters. Like this thing, scenario right here is very simple. Let's just expand it. Scenario is very simple, brothers and sisters. Boom, that's us. Underwater. The solution is either they get their foot off us. Said, Pharaoh, let our people go, but you didn't. And they had to leave from under Pharaoh's foot. Rise above the water. But Pharaoh comes and said, we're not going anywhere. That's not what God said. So there's no way we can revive as long as we stay under foot in America. It's their foot. You want to save America. Take that foot off us. can't do that. They haven't done it. They can't do it. But he blames us for being underwater. He blames the bloom for what the devil's doing in Britain, Israel. So he's the accuser of our brethren. He should be cast down along with the same thing, Exodus. And gets all his powers killed plus himself. It's very simple, brothers and sisters. I'm not condemning our people. Condemning the demons, Farrakhan's chief demon, Legion, Louis Eugene Grounds, and all that backwards. I can go over that one too. That's what it is. Louis Eugene Grounds and all that backwards, and I can go over to John's part. Point is, that's the situation we're in, brothers and sisters. The only solution is to break that what's holding us down, or wrap them under it, get out of America. We're back to who we really are. Hope you understand, brothers and sisters. Here's the snare.
Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass, that, when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land.
This is what it's saying, but see, they want you to think this is false Israel. That's why I put false Israel up. Make you think to distract you from knowing who you are. Because every false Israel is Israel, because it was burning them up. It was burning them up, slaughtering them just days before, and then suddenly, after Elijah Muhammad announced that the true Abraham is us and got the proof we here in slavery and bound, brought here by ships and everything else, total confirmation. Oh, no, we can't have that happen. See? Because, see, that's their fear. Their fear that we might come together. So they put false Jews up, even though they was slaughtering them the day before. They put them and said, oh, so not who we are. They did. They got to do something with us.
They have said, come, and let's wipe them out as a nation, so that the name of Israel will no longer be remembered.
Fear. That's to confuse you. Because this you're talking about, not them. One of the tricks, give you the verdict. Get those eggs. It's a competition. I see you might, they're going to push you aside if they think that you might fertilize. They were going to fertilize.
What Hagee said here, this is Christina Amanpour. I think that's her name. Yeah, Christina Amanpour. Listen to what he said about why we have to have this relationship with Israel, and he gives the biblical reason.
You said God's foreign policy statement?
Yes,
God has foreign policy statements?
absolutely.
And his is pro-Israel.
Concerning the Jewish people, that's his foreign policy statement.
Hagee is a Zionist, a Christian Zionist.
A Christian Zionist is someone that believes that the Bible supports Israel. God begins in the foreign policy statement of Israel in Genesis 12:3, saying, I will bless those who bless you, and I will curse those who curse you.
We're going to look at that full statement. Okay? So Hagee is saying that U.S. foreign policy is because of a biblical scripture. That is Genesis 12. Let's take a look at Genesis 12. We're learning today. Class is in session. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Make this a little bit bigger for the peeps in the back. Based. So Genesis 12. This is what he's referring to. The Lord had said to Abraham, go from your country, your people, and your father's household to the land I will show you. I will make you into a great nation, and I will bless you. I will make your name great, and you will be a blessing. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you, I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. Couple of things. Let's break this down into 3 parts. Couple of things. Let's break this down into 3 parts. Number 1, the United States has separation of church and state. So even if you do believe this, why is the U.S. government implementing foreign policy based on a biblical scripture? There's that. 2, let's say that this is true. And we're going to get into who wrote all this. We'll get to that in a second. Let's say that this is true, okay? That this is what he said to Abraham. One of the other things that he said is, I will call you Israel, right? Like the people who follow you. Those are the followers of Abraham. But it really wasn't supposed to be a physical place. But for shits and giggles, let's say it is a physical place. If it is a physical place, and if it is true that the Palestinian people are the indigenous people, then that would mean that this physical place that is spoken of in the Bible is for the Palestinian people, not for people coming from Poland, Ukraine, Russia, New Jersey, if it is, you believe it's a physical place. 3, there are different interpretations of the Bible. So we can look at this and we can interpret this into different things.
Okay, brothers and sisters, let's look at Exodus. Let's look at this very carefully. See, there's a big plot, brothers and sisters, to deceive you. I want you to know what the message of the covenant is. Sisters. The only thing I can say, brother and sister, to you, again, 144,000 eggs. I'm just pointing them out to you. That's where they are. That's where it is. The angels are the eggs. You ask for 144,000 eggs. I keep telling you, you got to get the angel mind. Start getting your mind ready for a new world. These devils, they can't go to new world. They can't get it. Okay? They can't get to the egg. They flushed out automatically. But you can. But you have to, it's only 104,000 competition. It says a lot of sperm. Competition, only one egg. So either make it or don't. 144,000 will make it, the door will be closed. That's just where it works. You understand? The Quran tells you yourself, it says signs in nature all around you. If you look at the situation where you talk about angel in the Bible, that situation they're telling you about. Same type of situation. Right? They say, will nature be born in a day? Talking to the same sense of birth. Never saw such a thing. It's been Lamb's Book of Life. All these things that tell you. So the competition's on. And 140,000 will make it. So you sit around and be just distracted with your NFL and NBA and NBA, fine. 144,000 focus, and they're going to get it. And they're going to start. Sperm don't get an egg, dies. They can't live outside the womb. Only once they start recreating themselves, using that information that's in the egg, the egg gives them information, right? The material information they need to prepare themselves for life outside the womb. They can't do without that. See how it works? You're your sperm, but you can't live outside the womb. You got to get in that egg. Why? You got to get an egg. And that egg gives you the information you need, the material and everything you need to start transforming yourself so you can go into a new world. That's a new world, new reality. It's all for you. All things are new because you was a sperm using one world. That's the only world you knew. You didn't know about any world outside the womb. All you knew is that world. That world doesn't last very long. I think a sperm lasts about a day, a week or something like that there. And then it's gone. That's short life. If it gets an egg, it starts transforming the life to new life. It's beyond the womb. And that's what the hereafter. So that's why I'm trying to make it simple enough for you to understand it, brothers and sisters. You think it's that you want to believe in that Jesus stuff? That, oh, you just got to believe in Jesus. Okay, you believe in that if you want to. Who knows those sperms believe in? They believe all kind of stuff. But the only one that was successful is the one that got in that egg. So they can believe all the stuff they want. Oh, I ain't got to worry about nothing, man. I just got to worry about play on Jesus. You know, see? The one that got the egg, it says he didn't know what the new world is going to be like. That's what it says. You don't know what it's going to be like, but you know you're going to be like him. It says no thing, no mind, no soul, no heart, whatever can have any idea what the new reality is going to be like. Oh, wait a minute. Think about that one. That means it's totally beyond which your comprehension right now. So you need something to get you the sperm, this new world. Only world it knows is the world it's in. When we get in the egg, then it gives information need to move to the next world. And the angel gives you information you need to get to the next world. Because you can't imagine what it's like in your condition you're in now. You can't imagine. Your instinct tells you get to the egg, and then you start transforming to get to the new world that you have no comprehension of right now. It says you have no heart, no mind, how they phrase it, right? Let me phrase it exactly like they say it, brothers and sisters. Well, that was quick. Yeah, I must have heard. Here it is right here, right? That was quick. It says, it's written, what no eye has seen, what no ear has heard, what no human mind has conceived. Because you can't. Because it's going to be something, if it ain't, that means it's something beyond what you are right now. And the only way you're going to get that, you have to get in that egg and get the material, right? So you can't conceive it. Because where you are right now, you can't. You have all you stuck here. And this well is going to be flushed down the toilet in a minute. If you don't fertilize those eggs, you don't get an egg. That's the new reality. All things new. So if you don't make that, then you flush down with this. It's simple enough for you. That's up to you. I don't know. Free give. There's nobody standing and say, hey, you got to give me some money to get in this egg. And no. All you got to do is find it and get in it. See, they want to give you money. Farrakhan wants he's multi-millionaire. He had no business anywhere. Well, son, man, you give me some money. You have to give me some money. No, free gift. You got to just find the egg and get in it. That's what you got to do. Find the angel and get in it. And you can't find just hold and look in it. Oh, hold on to it. No, you got to get in it. Start using that material. You can't just get in there. That's stillbirth. Just get in there, okay, I'm in there, and just sit there and look. No, you got to start using that material as we, right? Transform yourself. That new material. People that went, oh, they're getting, I got into the egg. Okay, just sit there. When you get to the egg, I found the egg. No, you got to get in the egg and you got to start using that material. Transform yourself to get into the new world. You're born into a new world, come out that womb, a new world. That's just where it is. Let me go in and see what else this is. See here? Now, this is what Exodus tells you. See, the whole thing is they don't want you to know who it meant. They don't want you to know about the eggs. They only want you to know they are eggs. So the sperm don't even not realize there are no eggs. They're partying and whatever they're doing, they don't even look for an egg. That's what they're trying to do, make you not even look for an egg. That means you didn't look for it. It says you be seeking it. So those that look for it out, they would be seeking an egg. Seeking it means you're seeking your find. If you ain't seeking it, then you're sitting back, laying back. Seeking it, okay, now, where's it? I'm looking for it. See, that sperm, he don't know what the egg is. He's seeking it. Where's that egg? Where's that egg? And the ones that seeking it, that's the one that finds it. The rest of them, they don't even know the egg there. They're swimming around. The ones that seeking it, those ones, then they're in competition for that, get to that egg. See? So they don't want you to know who the Messiah is, that even egg, because he's the one laying the eggs. He's going to lay the eggs. And that's what's going on, brothers and sisters. So Exodus tells you, gives you a clear path. It says, okay, the God will come. How you know he's the God? Because he got power to destroy this. He's got power to destroy this reality. You know it because he got that will. Otherwise, who would care? Just somebody come in talking. You understand? Somebody come in talking, that's all. So that's why he come to God, because he has power to destroy, and they can't touch. And nobody can touch us. So they know it's way beyond, because their power is in their technology, right? Their power is in their technology. These super weapons, that's where their power is. He has a weapon that's more powerful than theirs. That means he's more powerful than them. He can destroy them. That's how you know. That's why you can say He's the God, and you could see it, but he tried to deny. We're going to talk about that in a minute. He tried to make it deny that they even exist. Because if that exists, that means he's more powerful than them. That means he's a God. That's what Accuser says. He will come. So they say, will he be the God? But how do you know he's the God? Because he say it? No, because he had the power. That's the proof that he's the God. So they got it, right? Then he would raise Elijah, raise a messenger. It says, and now these clowns, like Farrakhan's, they agree with that part. They say, yeah, that's part, that's right. Even though they use Elijah as a bait. Yeah, okay, we agree with that part. You're on board with that part, right? Okay. What? Then Elijah, he says, okay, I need a spokesman. But God, read it. God says, no, you don't need a spokesman. He was against it. He says he got physically angry with Elijah, but even asked him for a spokesman. He said, you don't need it. So Farrakhan was not, so he gave him one. So okay, he kept on insisting. So he said, okay, he got one, the mouth. But he was not anointed. He claims he was anointed. Anointed by who? He wasn't anointed by Master Muhammad. He was requested by Elijah Muhammad, but he was just a student. But he was not anointed because God was against it. He never said Aaron was anointed, but he claims he was anointed. Anointed by who? That's a lie right there. He was just supposed to be a helper to Elijah, to Elijah's presence. Right? But what did he do? What did Accuser say to do? He said he turned against Elijah, turned against the God too. So the God sent Elijah back, said, man, that guy done messed everything up. He done turned people around. He made a left stop for the enemies. He's got to worship some other God. He ain't following your teachings. That's what it said. Read Exodus. He claims it, and he sends you Aaron. So he believe part of the book, discipline the other. It says the grievous chastisement for you. See, this stuff is so clear. So the point is, like I said, we don't care whether you believe it or not. Because all we were looking for is who's going to fertilize those 144,000. Those are the ones we care about. So when you look back and say, okay, what happened then with, they got flushed down the toilet, right? Well, you can't say, oh man, you didn't give us a chance. No, it's very clear. We point directly. Those are eggs. Are the eggs? That's the messenger of the covenant came and laid those eggs. And there are the eggs right there. There's how many of them? Clear path to it. That's the promise. We give you a clear path, GPS, right to those eggs. So if you don't get it, that's your ass. Because you can't say, oh man, it was too hard. We didn't know where it was. No. Clear path. That's what angel comes to give you. Clear path. When the messenger of the covenant comes to give you. Clear path. Clear path. You know, he says, Abraham prayed, said, God raised a messenger that would purify my people. Use the word purify. Maybe I should just bring that up. Right? Who was doing the purifying? Not Elijah. The messenger of the covenant. That's the messenger to take us home. That's the one that Abraham was looking for. You want to bring us home. That's he said. How do I know I'm going to receive this promise? I know the covenant is going to be fulfilled. That's the message he was talking about. The one that prepared the way for the message of the covenant. Right? No, he was, excuse me, I said it wrong. He was talking about there'll be a messenger, but the messenger that you're talking about, he prepared the way for the message of the covenant. That's what Abraham was looking for. Because he wanted to know how I'm going to receive this promised land you're talking about. That's Arabia. In Farrakhan, so that's one of his biggest lies. Oh, he's anointed. No, he wasn't. Then he was nothing but trouble. In Elijah's absence, you can find nothing good about Aaron. Nothing. Zero. But see, they bring you right here, but right here they stop because they transform Farrakhan. Oh no, man, Farrakhan's anointed, and he's Elijah. He's Elijah's student. He's representing Elijah. He's the one that's going to get us home. We have to go nowhere because he's it. Elijah, turn lead the nation of Islam and Farrakhan, right? He's the one who's going to give across the river, all that kind of stuff. Because they don't say, see, if you listen carefully, there's no one after Elijah, after Farrakhan. He's it. He fulfills the promise. He gets us wherever he. See, you notice that? Now they got trouble. Now they got problems because they backed themselves in the corner. But now Farrakhan can't wipe his own ass. He can barely talk. He can't even move around his own wheelchair. They got to set him up and set him in and set him out. He's pissing shit in the bag. They don't know what they're going to do with him. So the point is, but they never prepared for what's going to happen when if he's not around, because there's no hint in their ideology of anybody that comes after Farrakhan. So who are they going to tell you? Oh, I'm who? He's going to say, well, show me. See? He backs up in the corner. Somehow he's going to get his home, but he can't get his hip. You see? They stuck. So that's what Accuser says. Zach so far, but they don't agree with this part. All right. They agree he's going to be this. They stop right there. Well, he's Elijah's helper, and they stop right there. What he does, they stop. Well, why they stop right cold? Stop cold right there. So they believe this part, and it's half right here. As long as he's with Elijah, but once he's not with Elijah, they stop cold. Cold. Don't go any further. Then what happens? What does Accuser say? Oh, Mr. the Covenant comes, Joshua. There's no Jesus in the Bible anywhere. They're bad interpretations, but the manuscripts are not there. Not there. The name is Joshua. See, they give a picture. Oh, a white man with blonde hair. That's not what Scripture says. He said be woolly hair, dark skin. Then they changed the name. Joshua, because they say it's Jesus. But you go in the manuscript, there's no such name as Jesus there. So you look at something, they have to translate the Greek to get that. It's like with Christ. So, see, they're confused. Okay. So what you looking for? Because remember, Joshua is the one that lays the eggs that bring bring a new world. And then remember, everything gets flushed down the toilet. They don't want to be flushed down the toilet. So they want you to see, and even if you do, they want you to be flushed down too. Because you won't recognize Joshua. But they hide they hide the identity of the Messiah. They hide it. It tells you right there. Joshua is the one to take home, the message of the covenant. The message of the covenant, right? He's going to take you home. That's the fulfillment of the covenant. Either way you look at it. Malachi, the message of the covenant. He's going to fulfill the covenant. Where's the covenant? We return home to Arabia after the 40 years. Arabia, it says so, between the river Euphrates and the river Egypt. That's the covenant. So he's the messenger of the covenant. He's the one. He's the Messiah that delivers you. Then Joshua's the same one. Depends on how you look at Exodus. There's no Jesus there. That's made up to get you distracted. Oh, he's going to be a white man. He's going to love everybody, right? He want to take everybody home. All this stuff. So you won't understand. You miss Joshua. So even if they can't destroy Joshua and stop this new world from coming in, they're gonna make sure you don't be part of that new world. You won't get one of those eggs. You won't even know about Joshua. You ain't know there's eggs there. You're swimming around, little sperm rush spinning around, and then say you flush down the toilet. This is what Joshua says. This is what Accuser says. This person will come, and they bypass Aaron because it says the torch will be passed from Elijah to Joshua. Bypassing Aaron because Aaron doesn't make it out of the promised land. Excuse me. Aaron doesn't make it out of the one. He doesn't make it out of the wilderness. He doesn't make it. He doesn't make it to the promised land. Him and all his followers are destroyed. It says it right there because it says when Moses came to Aaron's camp, Aaron was in charge. He separated those that were seeking the message of God. Those, he said those with me, those with the Lord, that's what they call the Lord in Malachi. The Lord come me, so those the one was seeking, he separated them out. Remember, this is Aaron's camp, and those the rest stayed with Aaron. And then he had them kill everybody else with Aaron, and including Aaron, because he didn't make it out. How did Aaron? He didn't make it out either. It was in Aaron's camp. It happens. You see it every place. But they don't talk about that. So the torch would pass from Elijah right to the mess of the covenant. And then God said he would be with him like he was with Moses. He'd be the one to take you home. He's a warrior, a warlord. Kicking ass, taking aims. The promised land. He's got the sealed Bible. I broke the seal, so now the eggs are available. So when it's sealed Bible, the eggs are barrier around so you can't penetrate them. The devils can't get in and corrupt them. The eggs are protected. 144,000 protected. Understand, brothers and sisters? Here we go. This is what Exodus says. He's taking you home. That's it. Your new mind, take you home, new reality, all those things. That's the Lamb. You break the seals, all these things. That's what Exodus says. He take you. But that's not what they say. They stop right here. When he was Elijah, now all the bad stuff he does, they say Aaron, but oh no. Then what happens? This is their version. See, remember, they have to stop all this. So they have to make turn the God into nothing. UFOs don't exist. But that's why you can say God, because he has power. That's his power. But they say it doesn't exist. He has no power, so he's just somebody walking around talking about, I'm the God or something. I mean, you got a lot of people saying that, following the Bible, all kind of people. So you don't have any power. But those things don't exist. He is lying. As Wallace was saying. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say, people say, well, why are you hiding the fact they got UFOs? Why are you hiding the fact that, why do you hide them? Because if it exists, that means there's somebody's running, there's somebody's controlling that, and whoever it is, they're more powerful than Gog and Magog, more powerful than the Europeans, more powerful than America. You know what I'm saying? He can destroy it. So he'd be a god, but no, they don't exist. So that neutralized him. And then they put his son up, take over as Elijah's departed. And the son says, oh, must be right. He destroys everything, Elijah, everything. He didn't waste, he didn't hold nothing back. He denounced Elijah, he denounced Master Muhammad. He destroyed all, destroyed the name, the whole thing. Started something called Belej, ripped it off, liquidated all the assets, stole all the money. Him and Farrakhan was with him. Left the believers with nothing. It's totally eradicated the nation of Islam. That's what he did. This is their version. Their version of Exodus. Exodus means, exit, right? So that's second. That's what he did, right? Okay, let's go on. See? All you have to do is Exodus, and you get the version I told you. But this is the version they give you. And then Farrakhan now is the Messiah. He's the Messiah. He's the Messiah now. He's the one going, he don't have to take you home because he's going to get America for you. America's yours. He's going to get America for you. Right now he can't wipe his own ass. That's the problem they have. Because ain't nobody after him. That's the version they give you. It's bullshit, all total. That's where they coming. That's exactly where they're coming. What else? See? And if, I told you that FBI thing, they gave me exactly everything. Farrakhan gave everything that they asked for. Ron Hubbard. That's what they worship over there. In Grant, all that kind of stuff. They attribute all they so good now, everything's working for them because of Dianetics. I've been over there, I told you. If you go on their phone, they have a little phone calls, everybody get together on a group call. They talk about L. Ron Hubbard and Scientology. They don't talk about Elijah. Because a couple times I tried to say, well, try to ask a question about Elijah, and they mute me right away. Mute me right away. That's what you get over there now. He said Wallace his brother. Well, why he so close to Wallace? When Wallace tore down everything Elijah did, everything, and destroyed it. Destroyed the nation, destroyed it, obliterated it. Left the believers with nothing. Said someone went, Farrakhan, some went sick, some went misinstitution, some went homeless, some went back to prison, some stuff associated with devils and stuff. Elijah said that. I mean, Farrakhan said that. So how come you just step up for him? So he's trying to say, he's so strong, he's strong, he's powerful. Why did you step up? He missed, and that's what happened. So why did you stand for him? Why did you stand for the sheep, Farrakhan? No, you ran with the wolves. You got out of town. You left the sheep abandoned. You tell them alive, Farrakhan, because you're a goddamn coward. Plus, you're a demon on top of it. See, so if he's going to claim that he was really with the messenger, then how come he didn't stand up? When Wallace was tearing the messenger down, destroyed everything, liquidated all the assets, left the police with nothing, how come you didn't stand up and fight? You was the top guy. And then you lie and say, well, Wallace was what was supposed to be the inheritor. That's a lie. Wallace was officially banned because I was there when Elijah Muhammad banned him. Officially, he'd been banned off and on and off and on, but finally got a final ban. Farrakhan said, well, in October of 74, you know that's a lie. He was not reinstated. He was totally banned. So how did he get in charge? Because Farrakhan is a weak punk coward. They told Farrakhan, step aside. We got this. That's why I had to get rid of Malcolm. All Malcolm's fault. He wasn't a coward. They had to get rid of him because they know they couldn't put that shit on him. Farrakhan, a stone cold coward. He didn't stand for the believers. Why did God choose me? Because you're a goddamn lying, doggone, stinking coward. He didn't stand for the believers. He missed his happens. How come he stand for him? And he said, well, I want a bloodbath. Oh, so the truth. So they come, they denounce the message and everything else. And you say, I'm going to stand back. I don't want a bloodbath. Is that the way it works? That's shit. Prophet Muhammad said that. I mean, I'm not going to sit there and keep pushing this Quran. We're going to be a bloodbath, man. We're going to be killing. People are going to be dying with bloodbath. Did he say that? Did any prophet and message say that? No. You goddamn right with bloodbath because your goddamn blood. You don't get the fuck out the way of this message. That's the attitude. No, it may be a bloodbath. Yeah, your blood. You didn't stand for the believers. You took the money and ran. They threw you in a dish like a 2-bit hooker. That's what you are. Yeah. Punk. Then when you come back after you kill, after you make the kill, then you come like a buzzard to eat the flesh. That's where you are right now. They're eating the flesh. They're pumping and pimping the sisters. Because you can't get the males to do anything for you. So you got to sit out there and do a fundraiser so you're multimillionaire off of them because you don't have a business anywhere. Where you get that money from? You get the money from there. Plus you get it from Arabia because Arabia is paying you to stop talking about we return home. I know about that. So you can lie all you want to. They had Gaddafi give you some money. Right? They was giving you money to stop you, tell you, hey, stop talking. Because they stole our land and they want you to stop teaching. That we're going to turn back. They turn back to red. That's why he said, we ain't going nowhere because you're getting paid. Because you're a goddamn coward. Your whole goddamn family. Then your son, that dumbass nigga, he going to be the supreme captain? It's sick over there. It's going to be cast down in a few more days. In a few days. Your days are numbered. Oh, this year. Not next year, this year. 2 more days. I can't make that term. That's problem makes that determination. Exact time. I knew it'd be this year. No, to me, you've been gone. The majority won't have nothing to do with your ass. God insisted we got to go in. Right? Mixed it with the demons. Demons are the straight mix. You gotta make that separation. So that's my job. So I'm doing it. It doesn't happen. So you got to I'm uncover it. Exactly what they said. The FBI says what? It'll turn into a self-help religious or everything. Ain't going nowhere. Devil ain't devils anymore. Right? Let's look on. We'll keep on. He want to give you Sunnism, religious Sunnism, which is golden calf. I know you don't know that because you asked who the golden calf. They could tell you. The angel reveals everything. That's the thing. To give you a new mind. You have to understand this world before you go to the next one. You have to go to the first floor to get to the second one. If you can't handle get to the first floor, you definitely can't get to the second. See, Elijah Muhammad, when he was out in his temples, in Sunnism, the Sunni Arabs will be totally neutralized. No, Sunni Arab, no. Sunnism is on its death. This time next year, there'll be no Sunnis will not exist. The power of the holy people be broken because they're the jinn. See, the angel reveals all of that. They're the jinn. God himself says, what, 9/10 of his ummah was hell-bound? That's a lot. You know? So that ain't us. Well, you're the majority, ain't you? They're giving us numbers teachings. Scientology, which is Catholicism, they're symbol. That's the image they're giving you. And try to say, oh yeah, but now Master, see, because they're trying to counteract what I'm doing. Oh yeah, Master, he's a God. He's got the will. That's what they teach for years. Originator. Master Muhammad's praise and all this bullshit. This is extras they give you. So you go along with that if you want to. 141,000 eggs. Those that are committed, focused, those ones going to get it.
And when the people saw that Elijah delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Farrakhan, and said unto him, Up, make. And when the people saw that Elijah delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Farrakhan, and said unto him, Up, make us gods, which shall go before us, for as for this Elijah, the man that brought us up out of the land of America, we wot not what is become of him. And Farrakhan said unto them, Break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Farrakhan. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf, and they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of America. And when Farrakhan saw it, he built an altar before it, and Farrakhan made proclamation, and said, Tomorrow is a feast to the Lord. 6 And they rose up early on the morrow, and offered burnt offerings, and brought peace offerings, and the people sat down to eat and to drink, and rose up to play. And the Lord said unto Elijah, Go, get thee down, for thy people, which thou broughtest out of the land of America, have corrupted themselves, they have turned aside quickly out of the way which I commanded them, they have made them a molten calf, Sunnism, and have worshipped it, and have sacrificed thereunto, and said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which have brought thee up out of the land of America. And the Lord said unto Elijah, I have seen this people, and, behold, it is a stiff-necked people, now therefore let me alone, that my wrath may wax hot against them, and that I may consume them, and I will make of thee a great nation. And Elijah besought the Master Fard his God, and said, Lord, why doth thy wrath wax hot against thy people, which thou hast brought forth out of the land of America with great power, and with a mighty hand? Wherefore should the Americas speak, and say, For mischief did he bring them out, to slay them in the mountains, and to consume them from the face of the earth. Turn from thy fierce wrath, and repent of this evil against thy people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, thy servants, to whom thou swarest by thine own self, and saidst unto them, I will multiply your seed as the stars of heaven, and all this land, Arabia, that I have spoken of will I give unto your seed, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord repented of the evil which he thought to do unto his people. And Elijah turned, and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides, on the one side and on the other were they written. And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. And when Joshua, messenger of the covenant, heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Elijah, There is a noise of war in the camp. And he said, It is not the voice of them that shout for victory, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being defeated, but the noise of them that sing do I hear. And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf, and the dancing, and Elijah anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands, and brake them beneath the mount. And he took the calf which they had made, and burned it in the fire, and ground it to powder, and strawed it upon the water, and made the children of Israel drink of it. And Elijah said unto Pharaoh, What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them? And Pharaoh said, Let not the anger of my lord wax hot, thou knowest the people, that they are set on mischief. For they said unto me, Make us gods, which shall go before us, for as for this Elijah, the man that brought us up out of the land of America, we know not what is become of him. And I said unto them, Whosoever hath any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it me, then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf. And when Elijah saw that the people were naked, for Pharaoh had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies. Then Elijah stood in the gate of the camp, and said, Who is on the Lord's, Joshua's, side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him. And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, Put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor, Pharaoh and all his followers, and the children of Levi, Noi, did according to the word of Elijah, and there fell of Pharaoh, legion, and all his demons that day about 3,000 men. For Elijah had said, Consecrate yourselves today to the Lord, even every man upon his son, and upon his brother, that he may bestow upon you a blessing this day.
Okay, brothers, that's Exodus. Clear map. GPS straight to those eggs. They got maybe one more and I'll just, whoops. Talk about this bloodbath, brothers and sisters. Then I'll close. Now, brothers and sisters, the bloodbath is coming. Only those, like I said, well, you give birth, right? You got a lot of blood. You see how this comes together, brothers and sisters? It's going to be a exceedingly great army. New world coming in. The whole world going out. They've been born today. They've been born as blood. Not blood. Bloodbath. The bloodbath announcing your birth. You can use the idea of birth to explain this whole thing, bro. That's why it says like that. That's what's happening. A new nation is being born. the day. And be conceived. Those eggs, they start transform itself. Transform, then it gives birth. Boom. All that blood mass coming. That war resumes. It's going to resume any time now. That's where his first blood is at. It's going to be a bloodbath. The first bloodbath is going to be on false Israel, Gog and Magog. Get the first, especially false Israel. It's going to be drowned. They're going to drown in blood. Because I keep telling you, they write their own obituary. What they're doing to right now, it's going to be done to them in spades. What they're doing right now, they so old, right? It's going to turn around. When this war resumes, it'll be defeated. And now the Palestinians, they've been pressing and killing, and genocide is going to turn on them. They will not be able to escape and not be able to prevail against them. All the nations around about Egypt will turn against it. In fact, Egypt will invade. It'll be totally broken. And cut off. They're not going to kill them immediately. They're going to let them cut them off, cut water off, everything, because they want them to suffer as they suffer. They just kill them right away. They'll be merciful. No. So then they have nothing to eat, no food, no water, no protection. It says the fathers eat their sons eat their fathers. They're drinking blood. Drinking blood of their relatives, killing them to drink their blood. And that's been going for a while. And they were sending drones all over so the whole world could see. And nobody's going to have pity for them. The world rejoice. You was committing genocide now, it's just, right? You was committing genocide now, right? That's fair, that's just. That's the first stage of it. Right? American Britain, Gog and Magog, they'll be defeated, and their blood will be shed. Or they'd be fleeing out of there, but most of them be destroyed. They'd be bleeding out in flames. They'd be running out. They'd be walking out. You think they ran out when they ran out of Vietnam, ran out of Afghanistan? They'd be much worse than that. They'd be fleeing out of there. There'd be no mercy to them. None, no mercy at all. If anyone get caught in false Israel, they're going to drink their blood. They're going to turn against because, hey, how can you flee? How can you stay and help us? They flee under fire. They be in flames. Iran's going to ignite the whole Middle East, going to ignite it. The whole place in flame and blood. They control the whole Middle East. They're the first phase. Israel, flowing in blood, like American Britain, on fire. They cut to pieces. Cut to pieces. They fleeing out of there. They flee in terror. They know there'll be no mercy or pity on them. Those that make it, those don't make it. That would be terrible. It's a bloodbath. That's the first phase of it. Second phase is battle between the Shia and the Sunni. It's going to soak the stands with blood. Arabia will be soaked with blood, soaked. All around the areas, soaked with blood, soaked. Not just sprinkled, soaked with blood. Arabia will not be destroyed, neither will Medina. The cities, the buildings, everything, they will be there. They'll be intact. That will take place in the sands. It says, when you return to houses and homes that you have not built. That stuff they built over there is yours. That's your land. built with your resources, your wealth, that all this stuff belongs to you, sisters. If you return to mansions. In my Father's house are many mansions. That will take place in the. See, Israel's not going to destroy it anyway because they think they're going to win it and go back to that. That will take place in the desert, sands, and blood will be soaked. While American British fleeing, their ass on fire. Fleeing literally, their ass on fire. Trying to get the hell out of there. And people here will see that. So we broadcast, the drones, we broadcast all over. And people here in America will see that. That's where the hospital feel for fear. When things come upon the earth, because the powers have to be shaken. They're going to see it and they know it's coming here. If they have fear because of what they see in anticipation, their heart attacks and anticipation was coming. What do you think they're going to do when it gets here? When America and Britain, they kicked out the Middle East, the power was broken there. And they flee into Europe. The problem is, they're not freeing this friendly company. They're freeing it to destruction. They're freeing from the bear into the lion. Why is that? Because they got thousands, maybe tens of 20,000, 20s of thousands of troops over there in Europe. That's probably the ally. But now Europe is suffering. Why? Because they have no access to oil. Because now in the Middle East, they cut them off too, because they allowed America, right? Britain, of course Israel, they cut them off. Remember, America was sanctioning Iran, everybody. Everybody's going to sanction America. America's not going to help from anybody. Cut them off from everything. Everything's going to backfire. A great backfire. And so they run in here, and Europeans, they're in bad shape, they don't have any oil. The people are in uproar. America can't furnish any oil. If they did, it would take months to get there because they can't fly it over. So they make nice with Russia. Because they're not getting it from the Middle East. And they ain't going back. Why not go back to the Middle East? Because Master Prophet Muhammad showed his hand. Said Michael and his angels. I don't even know who Michael is. Never talk about him, do it, because they don't even know who Michael is. Michael's going to deliver us. Says he will be with the angel. He will be with Shia. They is 12th Imam. They just don't know it yet. They may know it now. He may have communicated with them. Remember, what was it, a year or so ago? I keep forgetting to show it. I'll show it again. Because they actually got a film of it. They got one of his planes that they can't touch was flying around in Arabia. Flying around, I don't even use the word flying because it's doing more than flying. Flying like birds do. This thing is fantastic. It was moving around. And they saw it. They shot a Hellfire missile. It's on tape. I got the tape. I showed it already. I'll show it again. This was the Senate. We got the tape. It was the Senate thing, and they exposed the tape, the video, and they hit it with a Hellfire missile. They actually hit it, and thing like kept going like you get a little itch and scratch and you keep going. They didn't even do that. It's like and the missile exploded. It hit it. The missile hit it. Didn't do anything to it at all. Why are they over there in the Middle East? If they saw that, they got video off to prove it. But Michael, that's why they're not going back. That's why people's hearts filled with fear, because they ain't going back. They won't go back and help false Israel. Because when they attack, they plan on attacking with their Air Force. Knock out the Air Force. They can't tell American people what happened. It gets that flag flies rap. I keep talking about. They can't tell me. They can blame on Russia. Well, Russia helped them. They defeat our Air Force. No, that's why I'm going to stop the cold and neutralize false Israel nuclear capability. Utilize it so they couldn't use it. Yeah. That's why they're not going back over. Get the hell out of here, man. They got the Air Force wiped out, destroyed. Iran just wiped their ass, wiped the sands of their ass. So now they won't go back. Europe ain't going over there. They see what happened. They know what happened. They don't know what happens, right? So only access to oil they have is Russia. They make nice for Russia. So when God can make God come running back, America, but when running to Europe thinking they're gonna find help, alliances, they're gonna find enemies. The wild beasts of the earth. They'll be attacked by both Russia and their European allies. Said their lovers abandoned them. That's Armageddon. Farrakhan. That's through Armageddon's European war. They're gonna be fighting like America's over there trying to rescue their troops. They tell me 100,000 troops over there in their bases. They're based under attack because remember they're in Germany and France. They're under attack by their people. And then America's trying to save they're basing their troops. And they're under fire. And they're going at it. And America don't have any allies. And they said they're full-scale war. They're shipping shows over there. They're trying to say the ones that's there, trying to get them to come together. And they're fighting all out war with Europe, former friends, and Russia. It's so intense. Remember, they come from the Middle East oil too. They produce oil, but all the oil that America produces, they're going to have to use it for the military because they're in a full-blown war. Armageddon, it's worse than World War I, World War II. Full-blown war over in the Middle East. They have to kind of come in. All the oil they produced over here, so that means they have oil crisis here. If they produce it, they don't have enough. So they have to come in here, so there won't be no oil here. They have to use oil to protect their military. People say, we got to protect our military, otherwise we give it to you, then we're going to be defeated over there, and we defeat over there. And, see what I'm saying? So, listen, no brainer, that's what they say. So they got to come here, all the oil they producing. They can't get it from the Middle East, can't get it from Russia. They're going to be able to get it from Venezuela, because remember, you don't antagonize them. Plus, everybody's going to shut down America anyway. You've been sanctioning everybody else. You're just 666. They tell you see that 666. Oh, you're gonna be tattooed. They tell you easy. What was the power of 666 sanctions? Who was doing that stuff? America, Britain, and follows Israel. They did 666. I mean, that's the simplest. But you understand what's happening? So that's what's happening. America saw it. So now you got economic collapse here. But they're fighting that war over there. And then remember, we have security risks. Remember, I just showed you. It says, let's call be a nation. Watch out. If war breaks out, they might fight against us. And now war is broken out. And as it's going down, it means that's a vision unifies people. We don't have a vision. That's Farrakhan was our vision. We don't have one. Muhammad gave us a vision. Farrakhan took it away. Keep us divided against each other. But once Paul started going down, then we realized we are to save him. That vision unites us. Remember, that was their fear. So they attack us. We see Paul says we're about to go down. Uh-oh. They're going to realize who they are. That's when they attack us. But remember, they got total economic collapse here. Everybody's polarized. All its diversity turns adverse. All Chinese gather together, but there's no food, no electricity, anything. They gather together. Because people, the cannibalism, and these devils, man, they can't go 2 minutes without eating something. You won't go to Walmart, get you food, all the stores be empty. Remember, they can't bring food from transport food from the farmers to the market, wherever, or warehouses. You know, they did. People be blocking them on the streets, stopping them, taking their food. Anybody be travel anywhere? You look for food. They couldn't get to the market if they want to. If they got to the stores, the store would be empty in 5 minutes. And you wouldn't even want to go to the store unless you got a big old bomb and an Uzi. Because they're going to snatch food right out of your hand. We be fighting in there. You ain't going there going shopping. You go in there and fight. That's a battle. Get whatever food you can. And you don't want to win the battle because if you win, they come out with a cart full of people sitting out there waiting. Whoever comes out with a cart full of food, we're going to blow their head up, take their car. It's going to be a monster. It says it's unprecedented. It's going to be a bloodbath here. Everybody's, the Africans, they're going to be coming together. Haitians don't come together. Spanish will come together. Orientals come together. Indians coming. Everybody's going to call their own group of protection. All of them have no food either. And everybody's fighting everybody. Bloodbath. You can't imagine. So you got bloodbath going here. You got total civil war. Worse than civil war. Everybody's against everybody, and everybody's eating everybody. The children be gray-headed. They got to run away. So children form gangs. They can't be around their parents. They run their parents. Parents going to eat them. They tell you. They eat their children. The children not. So hey, Mom, what happened to Sarah? I don't know. I ain't seen her. How come her hair is in that pot? She'll be gray-headed. They can't stay with their parents. They can't stay with each other either. They form gangs, but their gangs are hungry, and they're going to eat the weakest ones. That's what America's going to be like. Total insurrection. They're going to try to enforce martial law. It's not going to work. The military will have whatever food they have, whatever they're going to try to give the military to keep kind of order. It's not going to last very long. So they're going to be scared to death. So they be hiding. The strong men be hiding in the alleyway, holding their guns like a woman in labor. The fear will be off the page. That's what's about to happen here. And you know why? They woke up too late. Grabbed onto the angel, grabbed onto the truth. They had to fight their way through that. Said no hail and harm be harm. Once they grasp the angel and start transforming themselves, those 5 pillars, and get to that angel, they're protected. But how long does it take to get to that stage? That's tribulation. They have to fight their way through tribulation. It says it'll be something like you never seen before. It says they're going to do it. They're going to do a strange thing here in America. That's what God said, do a strange thing like never before, never again. It's going to be weird, wicked, beyond control, a bloodbath. So now you got bloodbath over there. You got 2 stages over there I talked about. Magog and falls Israel, right? A flood of blood. Then you got Shia and Sunni. And Sunnis will be broken. Sunnis will cease to exist. And then the war here, Armageddon. A disaster. Unimaginable. So here's God, Magog, in Christ. That's what's about to happen this year, bro. It says this year. Countdown. Countdown. So it says here, by times and seasons, dear brethren, you have no need that I write unto you. For yourselves know perfectly that the day of the Lord shall come as thief in the night. Oh, it's going to come suddenly. While I'm even talking. But then when they shall say peace and safety, ain't that what they're saying right now, guys? They're going to have peace, safety, and sudden destruction comes upon them. As travail upon a woman with a child, it shall not escape. I'm talking about travail upon a woman and a child, because Time you be giving birth. Thief, like what? As a thief in the night. They won't expect it. But ye brethren are not in darkness, they shall take you as a thief. Pay attention, angels, you won't be fleeing in panic. But those that pay attention to angels, they're gonna flee in panic. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. Leave it there. The point is that he's our brethren. He's the one accusing us. He's going to blame us for what the devil did to us. We're in a condition, we're on reason of condition, they still doing what they're doing. They just don't see it now. When you see the leaves still shaking, they ain't shaking by themselves. It's the wind blowing on them. And we're not in this condition by ourselves. So they got forces holding. So if you study hard enough, you can recognize the forces. But the point is, you don't need to. All you got to do is realize it's there. We're in the condition we are right now, acting on ourselves, because there's the forces they have. If you don't, that they're actually doing to keep us in this condition. They don't love you. They hate you. If you hate something, you change 100%. Did he change 100%? Yes, of course he did. That's not legal.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, that you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
But so I
when they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people, and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's you know, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, what, 4 more years? And so you wonder, like, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. Like, I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself. And I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence. But I do understand the anger when you have, you know, Keir Starmer campaigned on, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course, it's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is, like, is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. Like, it's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. Like, that was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, like, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? Like, the population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just, like, let your eyes tell you the truth for once. Like, this is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. I mean, there's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident. That's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I mean, I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law... What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been
your
such a
society
thing.
is
One
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. It's a, no. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multicultural there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set.
Yeah,
you worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments? Right. So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude. Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples, albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of the world. I certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality. So you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
I would question your characterization as my country as a sad, disgusting, what was the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified, I
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
The Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all think that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy, and that's
no, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
Well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful.
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying, if you are Black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk, at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful. Why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinals Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for 1 semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that 1 semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalized him? I mean, it really is showing folks the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths, made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean up, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was into it was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 400 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today. They took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. Didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, there was a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black that this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered his people. And you crushed the native people here. When the Braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave and slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so he couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. There's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mateship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? What's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system do back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our parents here on. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and these strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting so. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that
absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your arm, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
make it. Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Put it back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, watching to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our in subjection to their will, you and I, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their home 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man said you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and We're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. Finally home after 40 years. Right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made. A former slave master, he said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave. Right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over where it's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we get reports of how things are going over there. And it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations. Because they was given, they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see? Yeah. Yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. You know, they was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them, you know, they stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land. And they can make reconciliation with former slave masters. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, you know, they were just, you know, did some things wrong, but now they, you know, they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And you know, I mean, this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came here. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big master. They came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But now I guess they didn't, because they say over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now. A year later, it's like they're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no. They say, they looked at the farmers when they done it. Farmers said, oh. So then they had master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and man, they had, a year ago, they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now, and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they've been praying. And then, oops, no fuel. There's massive no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left, they took, that was offered to them, they took it. And you said, no, I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh, man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. What you calling us for? That's yours. You got to handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff is coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Why don't you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, no nowhere. We're on about fly the planes and drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you done that for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it. You want $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how's that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So I guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, for them to replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep they thought that was just going to, I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They ain't, business, they didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he's going to get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, call on your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, it does say, look, hold it. We want total separation. I mean, look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to really create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's all economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take that money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have to find your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Transfer all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million a piece. So everybody got $1 million a piece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say a million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right. Then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is they keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They told to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's what all this worth. $1 million. Hardly worth anything. Oh, what about you? Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on the money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's collapse because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You don't know how to engineer, build a house. You don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You saw out your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you're going to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. Named after Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, in places, just in that land, that you 6 states. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. They turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold that for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? And what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. Like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they would give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? You know how much that is? If it's 17 million, if it's 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're going to do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border. What you going to do? You want to fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, it was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here where they, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Of course, come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what they something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farad Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farad Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to him. Said, would we please come and get him? Nope. Said, no, tell him no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, well, since that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they might get any more reports on papers. Okay, he says that was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those guys that came in. All that came in today, man. Came in fast. After a whole year, total collapse. Now they're begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send them some food. Master Muhammad said, no, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send some food. He says, no. He refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. He said, no, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.